Hello, and welcome to Sahaja Yoga Meditation. My name is Rachita, and you would have seen in the first two slides that we are celebrating World Realization Day today, on the 5th of May. So what is this World Realization Day, and what is Sahaja Yoga? In the next hour, we're going to learn a little bit about all this, and we're also going to do a meditation together as well. So if you're new, welcome, and I hope you enjoy today's session. And if you're a returnee, you can always jump ahead using the timestamps below if you wish to fast forward to the meditation aspect, or whichever part you'd wish to see as well. So if you are short on time today, don't have to watch this all in one sitting, you can always come back and rewatch the parts you need. But what is the Sahaja Yoga meditation all about? So firstly, for your time, thank you for coming along as well. And I am quite sure you will enjoy today's session and feel that inner peace and silence you're looking for as well. Before we get into the actual meditation, I always find it's good to understand a little bit about the theory or the mechanics behind it as well and how it all works, because the meditation will then make sense as well. The founder of this meditation, this lady here, Shri Mataji, she always said don't follow anything blindly or just fanatically as well. Always question things, ask things, question with an open mind, like a scientific mind as well. And do it with your sense of sort of faith and understanding. That's one of the beauties of Sahaja Yoga meditation. It has this combination of knowledge, wisdom, and it all makes sense when you do the meditation as well. So who is this lady? This lady is the founder of Sahaja Yoga meditation. Her name is Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Don't worry, that's not the full name. It is a bit of a mouthful. These are actually Sanskrit words to describe her. Shri Mataji meaning mother in a very respectful way. Shri being like an accolade like Sir or Madam. Nirmala is her name. She was born as Nirmala Srivastava, and Devi is just another respectful term used. But in short, you'll find experienced Sahaja yogis basically call her Shri Mataji. She's like the guru, you could say, of this meditation, and she discovered this technique on the 5th of May in 1970. And how she discovered this was by opening or realizing and understanding this subtle system within us that contains all these different energy centers, a energy and meditation called Kundalini, and these various aspects, and opening the seventh chakra that is located on the top of our head to feel this connection between us and the power around us. And we experience this state of peace and joy, which helps reduce our thoughts. And that's how we achieve mental, emotional, physical benefits, balance, inner peace that we hear of these days in a very simple and effective way. So it might be hard to believe, but it works. And like we say, keep an open mind, question anything we do, but it'll all make sense. And what you will find is that you might have been seeking or looking for a technique that's simple but effective and it works for a long time. And here we are today. Now, the thing to remember here is Sahaja Yoga meditation is always free of charge. And why is it free? A lot of people do ask, why is it free? Because humans have this notion of capacity that, you can't get something without paying for it. That's just the way we are now. That no one gives anything for free nowadays. But like they say, the good things in life are always free. Got nature, hugs, love, etc. Always the simple things are free. And in that essence, Shri Mataji has always said that you don't pay your nose to breathe, you don't pay your heart to beat, you don't pay the earth to germinate a seed. You can't pay anyone anything for this system that's within you. And all you need is just the manual or the way to turn it on, basically, the information, which has existed for thousands of years, but now is being presented to you in a very simple and effective form that you can do at home without having to ditch your lifestyle and go to the Himalayas and meditate on year's end or read or study lots of meditation techniques, etc. So that's the beauty of it, that there's a sort of theoretical aspect, the knowledge aspect, and then there's a practical aspect as well where you feel it. It's not just talk all the time and not just preaching. So Shri Mataji herself, she was born in 1923 in India, and she grew up always studying and observing human lifestyle and behavior and wondering, what is a way we can treat or deal with modern problems and ailments of human beings without resorting to harmful means like drugs and alcohol, or like we said, without having to escape from life and go somewhere like the Himalayas to just meditate on year's end. There has to be a way that is effective, simple, and we can do at home. And we can do it also collectively. So it's not just like back in the day, you had one guru and a couple of disciples, and that knowledge was so precious and protected. Now it's available for everyone to use and access to benefit from it as well. And so she studied medicine. Like I said, she grew up observing human behavior, lifestyle, grew up a very normal life. She was a daughter, a sister, a wife, a mother. And when she reached a point in life, her children were all settled, she went on about her spiritual journey to seek the answers to these modern problems. And on 5th of May 1970, sitting on a beach in India, pondering on these questions all night, she meditated. And she felt this light, this glowing light, and all this knowledge coming into her. She had discovered this technique, a simple, effective technique on awakening a subtle system within us, these energy centers within us, and understanding how we can solve our own problems, but the problems of others as well, to lead a better lifestyle. As said, Sahaja Yoga is always free, and it is practiced worldwide now in a number of countries. So if you Google your city or country and Sahaja Yoga, you will find a class near you as well. So you can keep practicing it if you enjoyed today's session and further your knowledge and experience as well. So what is it all about in terms of this mechanics and these energy centers? Now, the name Sahaja Yoga, what does it mean? We see the name and we go, oh, there's yoga involved, strenuous movements, I need to get my yoga mat. Nope. There is no strenuous movements involved. You just have to sit, relax, enjoy, and follow very simple movements we'll do shortly to meditate. Meditation is not meant to be something to do hours on end. You don't achieve anything by that. Even 5 minutes of good quality of meditation can be very effective and help you with your lifestyle and your day. So Sahaja Yoga, Sahaja, again, these are Sanskrit terms, so don't freak out and be like, oh, I don't know Sanskrit. How am I going to remember all this? You don't have to. It'll all come to you. But why Sanskrit is used is because it is one of the ancient languages of the world and of humanity. A lot of other languages have also, even English has derived from Sanskrit terminology, things also like from Latin. So this is all very ancient knowledge that's just coming back now, like we say, in a very simple and understandable way. Sahaj means born within or spontaneous, and yoga actually means union. So something's born within, and you're uniting with something. What are you uniting with? Within each and every one of us, regardless of race, religion, background, we're born with a subtle system that's made up of these various components. We are born with this Kundalini energy, that sits in the sacrum bone at the bottom of our spine. And the ancient Greeks called it the sacrum because they knew there was something special about this bone. So we have this energy in meditation, and it's a feminine energy, it's a divine energy, and it's dormant. Because unless we don't know how to awaken it or desire or request, okay, I want to awaken this energy and meditate. Now, being careful here that there are a lot of meditation practices out there that say Kundalini awakening, etc. But you have to be careful that, you're not harming yourself or you're not. Well, the main thing is, are you benefiting from it? So different meditations out there, different gurus, are you receiving a benefit? Are you feeling peaceful? Are you feeling happy? You have to ask yourself that is it worth to continue something? So this is why we say here as well, take it as an open mind, try it. You have nothing to lose. Give it a shot. And it's a very gentle and very nourishing or nurturing meditation, you could say. So this Kundalini energy, Kundalini again being a Sanskrit term, so energy in meditation, it's dormant. We need to raise it. We need to awaken this energy in a very simple way. So don't freak out. Don't worry. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing weird or anything. And they do say that, there's sometimes out there a lot of literature, scriptures, oh, the Kundalini awakens, start jumping around like a frog. Nothing of that sort. It's a very loving energy because at the end of the day, we human beings, we've been created by some power out of love. It's not out of spite. If we all had to be destroyed, we would have been destroyed ages ago. But to see that humanity is reaching a point where, we're peaking, we're so advanced, we have achieved so much, yet we're not satisfied. We're suffering now from mental problems, etc. That this technique of meditation has come at a time where we need this the most, where we are seeking nowadays meditations, yogas, inner peace. So this energy is a loving energy, a very gentle, soothing energy. We awaken it, and it goes through 6 energy centers because there's 7 in total. But you can see this one orange one that sits below the Kundalini. And you learn about this as you come back more to Sahaja Yoga and the classes. So it travels through almost like in a snake-like way. It goes through your energy centers and starts to clear out any imbalances within us that we have, which we've accumulated over our lifestyle, whether it's through our habits, thought processes, emotional problems, troubles from the past, or thinking of the future. We all have some sort of imbalance within us. We're not perfect. That's okay. And this Kundalini energy works through, and as you meditate more and more, it corrects these imbalances within you. And amazingly, you'll then start noticing that any physical, mental, emotional problems you also have start to rectify because your chakras or energy centers come into balance. Chakra is also a Sanskrit term. It means a wheel. So all these flower-like sort of images you can see located along the center, these are chakras, which are just bundles of energies, and a bundle of nerves located along your spine. They look after the organs around that part. So the green one in the middle looks after your sort of stomach, liver, intestines, gallbladder, diaphragm, etc. And when that energy center goes out of whack, that's how you start developing physical problems as well. And even though you might try in modern medicine to rectify those problems, you find that they still keep coming back. Why? Because, like we say, we need to go to the root of the problem. We need to go down to, well, what's actually causing the problem? What is causing the issue in the first place? And sometimes it's very subtle and it's actually more spiritual than just gross, as in it's just, okay, my stomach has an issue. I'm going to put a Band-Aid on. I'm going to take a medication and give it a bit of relief, but it comes back. It comes back. It comes back. So these energy centers look after your organs and then thus your health and your well-being, and then it affects, of course, your mental and emotional state. So this Kundalini energy travels through, corrects it, looks after it, and once it reaches the 7th energy center, which is the important one here, it goes beyond your mind. You can see here the sixth one is on your mind. A lot of meditations usually just stay on the level of your mind. This is why in other meditations you might feel peaceful for a bit of time, but then your thoughts start coming back. Or you might still feel, you might get a bit dozy or bored because you're stuck on the level of your mind. Your mind can only do so much. It can only stop thoughts for a bit unless you're sleeping or doing something relaxing. But its job is to, we think nowadays, we think a lot. So we have to go beyond to that Sahasrara chakra, the seventh chakra there. And so what is this Sahaja Yoga? Sahaj, born within, yoga, union. You're uniting with this Kundalini energy rises up, and what it does is, yes, it goes through the seventh energy center. But what helps you feel at peace, at joy, creativity, inspiration? You'll feel this sort of awakening inside, like, whoa, like feeling fresh, I'm feeling good. Is that it connects you to the all-pervading power around us. There is a power, energy around us that looks after the world. There is a living force. How do flowers grow? How do plants or trees grow? How does the world work? There is some living energy. Now you can call this universe, God, higher being, anything. There is some power around us that looks after us and looks after the world. And so when we raise this energy and we meditate, this energy connects us to this power around us, and we feel that state of joy and peace. And you can imagine when we meditate together, we all connect, and we are all connected as well. We all, when we feel that peace, you feel that peace and depth even more, because you could say everyone is in that sort of peaceful spiritual state. And that's why, places like temples or churches where people are going there for a spiritual reason, a devotional reason, you feel peaceful because it is a peaceful environment. So that's the subtle system in a sense. You've got Kundalini energy, seven energy centers that look after various qualities, aspects within you, your organs, your physical body. And over time, what you'll learn is that, okay, well, how do I correct myself? If I am having stomach issues, how do I rectify it? How do I look after it? You learn this over time in Sahaja Yoga. And how you do it is you can see that these chakras are all numbered and colored. And on your hands as well, it's numbered and colored as well. And we said that these are bundles of energy, sort of nerves, and the nerve endings happen on your fingertips. So when you meditate, you become sensitive and you understand and you realize, okay, oh yeah, I'm feeling a bit tingly or a bit of heat on my middle finger. You look at the chart, it's green, number 3, that connotes to your third energy center to do with your stomach. And so you start learning that, okay, I need to put my attention more on this chakra. Maybe I am eating too much bad food. I'm thinking too much about money, finances, jobs. I'm worrying. These are all issues and qualities related to the third energy center. So you learn over time, like it's a bit of a mechanism basically that it's very logical how you can rectify and treat yourself and improve your health. And each of us are all different because we're all different people, lifestyles. But the gist of it is the same, and you can start to help each other out as well. So that, in a nutshell, is this subtle system, which exists in all of us and has these components and the underlying way of how Sahaja Yoga meditation works. The last thing we'll say here before we start meditating is you'll notice, okay, yeah, I can see the Kundalini and these chakras. What are these lines? What's this blue line and this yellow line and forms like bubbles here? That is to do with your left, right, and central channel, past, present, future. We all have a side of our past, which is our left side. We all have a side of our future. The left side is your side of desires, emotions. So when we delve too much into the past or we're feeling very emotional, we tend to get very lethargic. And we say we become left-sided because we become heavy, we become sluggish, sleepy, we don't wish to do anything. On the flip side is your active side, your right channel, which is your side of action and your future. So you're planning, you're doing. It's the side that gives you that energy to do things. So in meditation, we don't want to go too much in the left and we don't want to go too much in the right. We want to stay in the central channel, which is the present. And you hear this a lot in meditations and yogas, stay in the present, focus in the present, stay in the moment, enjoy the moment. And for a fleeting second, it's easy. Oh, yeah, I'm in the present. Yeah, feel it. But we're not able to sustain it because our thoughts come back again. We start planning, oh, what am I doing now for dinner? What am I doing for lunch? What am I doing tomorrow? Oh, why did I do that? We think about the past. So we pendulum from past to present, past to present. And we want to try and stay in the center as much as we can. And you to feel that balance, to feel that appreciation of life even more, and to lead a better life, which I think everyone strives to achieve. So enough of the talking. Let's actually meditate. Let's get into this. So now this is your time to feel that silence, peace inside. What we're going to do is first, I'm going to first show you, demonstrate to you what we have to do with our eyes open, and then we're going to go about with it with our eyes closed. Anytime you get stuck, and you're like, oh, what are we doing again? You can have a peek, and the screen in front of you will show you what we're doing. So as said, sit comfortably. Try and sit preferably on the floor. That's sort of connecting with the earth element. So it's all about natural elements. Or you're sitting on a chair, take your shoes off and keep your feet touching the ground. We're going to place our right hand on various aspects on the left side of our body, because as we said, the left side is your side of desire. You're here today to meditate, to try something new, to feel peaceful. And your right side is your side of action. So what you'll find is, first we're going to take our right hand and you're going to place it on the left side of your heart. Don't worry about the text for now and what we have to do. Just follow the movement. Your left hand is going to stay open on your lap. Why we keep it open is because it's to help you not fidget, and it's also to help you receive that sort of positive vibrations, energy around us. Then you're going to move your hand to the left side of your abdomen, so just below your rib cage. Going to move it lower to the left side of your hip. I'm going to bring it back to your abdomen, back to your heart. Where your neck and shoulder meet, there's that hook there. You're going to grab it with your right hand and you're going to turn your head towards the right. So you're looking away from the hand. Then you're going to put your hand on your forehead, bending your head slightly down. Then your hand on the back of the head and you're facing up towards the sky. And then last not least, we're going to put our hand on the center of our scalp, which is our seventh center here, stretching our fingers out and rotating our scalp in a clockwise direction. And during this whole process, we're going to say some affirmations, which are just positive sayings. I'm just going to say it in our heart. Don't have to say it out loud. And I'm going to guide you in how to do it. So we're going to start from the beginning. You can hear what I'm saying, so you can keep your eyes closed. What we can start off with, put both of your hands on your lap, open. Just take a couple of deep breaths. I want you to take a moment to see, what are you feeling on your hands? Are you feeling any coolness, any warmth, anything tingly? Just take a moment. And now placing your right hand on your heart. Now, there is this energy of meditation inside of you. As you said, it sits at the bottom of your sacrum bone, and it's a feminine energy. So we can call this energy Mother or Mother Kundalini. I want you to ask in your heart 3 times this question: Mother, am I the spirit? Mother, am I the spirit? Now moving your hand to the left side of your abdomen, just below your rib cage. I want to ask here about 3 times again. Mother, am I my own master? Am I my own master? Now moving your hand to the left side of your hip and leg where they meet, press it there, and ask about 6 times, Mother, please give me the pure knowledge. Please give me the pure knowledge. Now we move back up to the left side of our abdomen again. So now this Kundalini energy starts to rise up, and so we're following it through. You asked a question earlier, and now you're going to answer, and saying it confidently 10 times in your heart. You're going to say, Mother, I am my own master. I am my own master. Putting your hand to the left side of your heart again, and we're going to answer here confidently that Mother, I am the Spirit. I'm not this body or mind, thoughts or emotions. I am just the Spirit. So what I mean by the spirit is it's your soul, the soul within us. And it's about being detached from yourself and your thoughts. All these affirmations we're saying relate to the various qualities of our energy centers. And all of our chakras actually have a left and a right component as well. And we're working on the left side for now. And so now we're going to move to the left side of our neck. And this is a self-realization process we're going through. So we're realizing ourselves. We're trying to understand and realize this process or mechanism within us. And so we're asking for our mastery, pure knowledge, and that we are the spirit. And something that always tends to bother us as human beings is guilt. Especially in Western societies, we have this sense of guilt sometimes. So you want to say to yourself 16 times with full confidence that, Mother, I am not guilty at all. I am not guilty at all. Now we're going to put our hand on our forehead and bend our head slightly down. And don't worry or stress here if you haven't said it 16 times, because it's not meant to be a mental activity. It's whatever comes from your heart. So don't fret, don't worry. Now, this Kundalini energy, when it's rising up, it often gets stopped or blocked at the chakra on our forehead, because that's where all our thinking happens. Our ego and our superego, our thoughts keep coming and going. And sometimes we're just not able to let go. We get a bit constricted. And that's how we sometimes feel physical symptoms such as headaches or heaviness on the head or migraines. So here, without thinking about anyone or anything, you just say here, as many times as you like from your heart, that Mother, I forgive everyone and I forgive myself. I forgive everyone and I forgive myself. Now we're going to take our hand, to the back of our head and tilt our head up towards the sky. And for our own satisfaction, because sometimes we still feel like, oh, I don't think I'm able to achieve this or have this. So we ask here, Mother, please forgive me for any mistakes I have made against my spirit, knowingly or unknowingly. Please forgive me for any mistakes I've made against my spirit, knowingly or unknowingly. And now, last but not least, taking your right hand, placing it on the top of your head, in the center, where it's usually like a soft spot, stretching your fingers out so your palm sits nicely on the top of your head. Apply pressure on the top and rotate your scalp in a clockwise direction 7 times, slowly. Just slowly massage that spot. And ask here about 7 times, Mother, please give me my self-realization. Please give me my self-realization. Now raise your hand a couple of inches above your head so you're not touching your head. You have a clear gap. And I want you to see if you feel a cool or warm breeze coming out of the top of your head. If you move it around, you'll find a distinct spot. And it's quite amazing. It's coming from your head. It's not any aircon or air around you. It's from your own 7th chakra or your head. And you can try the left hand. So putting your right hand on your lap. Take your left hand a couple of inches above your head and see if you feel a cool or a warm breeze. And then you can keep both of your hands on your lap. Keep your attention on the top there, where you had your hand earlier. Keep your eyes closed. And just enjoy this state of silence and meditation for a bit. So now you can slowly open your eyes when you're ready. Just take a moment to see how you're feeling. If you're feeling that peaceful inside, less hurried thoughts, more relaxed, and even a little bit sleepy is fine as well, because you're always on the go. We're always on the go. We're always thinking. We're always on the edge. When we meditate, it puts a bit of a brake on us. Otherwise, we're always accelerating like a car. So when you put that brake, you feel that peaceful, that joyful, beautiful state. And maybe a bit sleepy and tired as well. So that is the realization process. Now, if you felt a coolness on the top of your head, it's a sign that the energy is awakened, everything is pretty good, it's quite cool and clear. Any warmth just means that something is clearing out within you. You don't have to worry, don't have to frighten, it'll clear out on its own. And the more you meditate, the more you'll start to feel more balanced and you'll feel that coolness as well. And you might felt something on your hands as well, because like we said, your energy centers end on your fingertips, and you might feel your overall palm or fingers feeling tingly, warm, or cool. And that's good. But if you didn't feel anything, don't worry. Sometimes it doesn't happen the first time. Likewise, any coolness or warmth, don't worry as well. It comes with time. The main thing is, and I'm sure you all felt peaceful. So, we have a small little extra meditation we can do if you can stay back, or you can always come back to try this component as well. The self-realization we just did is usually step one. So as you meditate more and more, you don't do the self-realization over and over again, because that's the step to awaken the energy. And it was very gentle, very simple. But in the first week, when you're new, I encourage you try it daily, try it over and over again, see how you feel. Try it in the morning, try it before going to bed. Meditating before you sleep is one of the most effective ways to help you get a good night's sleep. Because it's very normal, we go on our phones, we're scrolling, and they say your brain gets active because of all that blue screen and all. So try and meditate before you sleep, and essentially try and meditate twice a day if you can. And like we said, then join our classes and we'll teach you more. You'll build on it more and more, and you'll learn how to meditate daily on your own. This next little meditation we're going to do is, so we worked on sort of different aspects of the energy centers on our left side. And we have a little meditation called balancing, where we balance our overall left channel, the past, and our overall right channel, the future, to come into the central channel, which is the present. And this is a way to enhance your meditation even more. So how do we do it? It's very simple. We use the natural elements in Sahaja Yoga to help clear ourselves out. To clear our left channel, you keep your left hand open on your lap, and you take your right hand, like in the picture, and you drop it on the ground next to you. So if you're sitting on the floor, your right hand is touching the floor next to you, or even better, if you're sitting outside on the grass, you'd be touching the grass. Or if you're sitting on a chair, your right hand is just hanging down by your side. And just keep it relaxed. Keep it nice and limp. You don't have to have any strain or pressure at all. So we're going to demonstrate with our eyes open, and then we're going to do it again. The meditation eyes closed. So that's for our left side. Your right side, you keep your right hand open on your lap, and we bend our left arm like a chimney. And here, what we're using is the air or the ether element. So in the left channel earlier, what we were doing is we keep the left hand open and the right hand is touching the earth or facing towards the earth, because we're telling this energy within us that, any negativities or any blockages on my left channel, whatever emotional or past issues that are bothering you, we're saying, please suck it up all into, let it out into the earth. We're just putting it into the earth element. And anything in our right channel that's bothering us, so we're getting anxious, we're thinking of the future, we're planning. We're asking this air element, so the cooling element, to just cool ourselves down, cool the thinking, calm the thinking down, and not get so flustered and agitated. And for the central channel, eventually, it's very easy. You just keep both of your hands open on your lap. And again, we're going to bring our attention back to the top of our head. So it's very simple. So let's do this together. So keeping your eyes closed, let's close our eyes again. Keep your hands open on your lap. Bring that attention to the top of your head. Now, keeping the left hand open on your lap, drop the right hand down by your side. And you just have to ask here, Mother, please clear my left channel. Please take away any past emotional, negative problems into the earth. Now bringing the right hand to your lap, bend your left arm at the elbow, like a chimney. And here we ask, Mother, please clear my right channel. Please take away all the planning, anxiety, future thinking. Please take it all out into the air element. Now bring both of your hands back on your lap. And what I want you to do now is take your right hand, place it below your navel, your belly button, and raise it slowly along the center of your body and all the way to the top of your head. So starting from the bottom and having your hand sort of almost just below your belly button, so like almost like a cup shape, so as if you're holding some water in there. Raising it along the center of your body, tapping top of your head. Do this about 7 times. But what you're doing here is you're encouraging the Kundalini energy to rise up and your attention to go up, because our attention dwindles. We do fall back into it. We're just encouraging this attention to rise up, stay in the top, not think. We just say here in your heart, Mother, please keep me in the present. Please keep me in the present. And now take your right hand, a couple of inches on the top of your head again, and see if you feel a cool or warm breeze again, or if it's stronger. And then bring that hand back down. Keep your hands both open on your lap and just meditate. And you can slowly open your eyes. I hope you're feeling more balanced, more peaceful inside. You can take a moment to see how your hands are feeling. They're feeling cool, warm. Just keep them nice and relaxed. Don't strain them. One hand might naturally sit heavier than the other, and that's a sign we're more catered towards that side. And again, the coolness and warmth just means cool, meaning it's clear, warm, meaning it needs more work. So if you are, say, more right-sided today, you'll feel a heat in your right hand, and your right hand will feel heavier. That just means you need to work on the right channel more. So meditate, come back to it. Don't sit there, like we say, hours on end. You're not going to achieve anything by sitting there hours and just mentally meditating. Do it from your heart when you feel like it. And work on the right channel. Just pray to this motherly energy, this ether element. Okay, please cool me down, whatever's bothering me, my anxiety, maybe you've got something big coming up. You've got a deadline, you've got a project, you've got a presentation. It's natural we feel scared or nervous or worried. And it's like the weather that your body and your solar system reacts to whatever state or circumstance in life you're at the moment. So if you are on the go, you're like, go, 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 continuously just 100 things you got to do, you'll be more on the right side. You'll be anxious, you'll be on edge, huffing, puffing, heartbeats going on, or you can't sleep at night, maybe. These are all symptoms on your right side. When something hits you hard in life, you feel emotional, you feel sad, you feel depressed, it hits you on the left side. So we will go through the ups and downs of life, and any day, any week, month will be different states. But having this meditation, we learn to sort of neutralize ourselves that, okay, whatever state I'm in, whatever I'm worrying about in the future or past, I'm going to try and come into the present and tackle whatever comes on and just sort of stay detached. And when we say that, I am the spirit, we're saying, okay, I'm not this body or mind. We're just witnessing this me, this person, this Rashida. Okay, they are going through this thing. And when you take that step back, it's amazing how much you just loosen up and you just let go and you go, wow, you're just witnessing the drama of life. And through this meditation, what you'll find is, your personality develops. You become more milder, you become more easygoing, more maybe friendly, more loving, more, you could say chilled as well. Because you don't hold on to things as much or get so frazzled or angry or react so much. We still do, because of course we're humans, but you'll have now this tool where you can just learn to let go of things and just surrender things and let it be. And people around you will start to notice that, hey, you're so calm now, you're so chilled. Like at work, people might be like, oh wow, you're just, not letting things bother you, affect you so much. You're just letting it be and doing what you have to do. And reminding yourself, keep your attention at the top of your head, no matter what state you're in. You're at work, you're with your children, wherever. What Shri Mataji says is you're not doing meditation. Like, okay, I'm doing my meditation 10 minutes now, done. Okay, that's it. You have to be in a state of meditation throughout the day. Remind yourself, you know what? I am the spirit. I am my own master. I'm not guilty. I forgive. I forgive. Someone makes you mad. Yes, maybe sometimes you have to confront it. But if you find, sometimes doing that won't help, instead of letting it affect you, just say, I forgive. I let it go. And then reminding yourself, keep your attention on the top of your head, go beyond the mind, and you'll be amazed how you can just tackle through things in your day with sense of rejuvenation, refreshness, and you don't get as tired as much because you're not thinking as much, you're just letting things be. So what's next from here? What now? So firstly, I guess thank you. Thank you for joining us and staying for this session. We hope you did enjoy it and you liked it. Yes, there's a lot of information, We gave you a lot of theory, we did a meditation, we did balancing. Come back to it. Revisit these videos and come back to it. Like we said, do it over and over again. And the more you do it, the more you will feel those benefits. You will learn more about yourself. You'll learn to quieten yourself and introspect. And you will start to feel those benefits unfold in you and your surroundings as well. And you can always bring in family and friends to meditate with you as well. What we usually do as well in these sessions is we do listen to a very short excerpt of a talk by the founder, Shri Mataji. So as we said, all this knowledge has come from her, and she traveled, like in those sort of 40 years or so, spreading that knowledge. And all that knowledge is recorded and thankfully all say on YouTube. So today we just taught you day one. There's so much more aspects to learn. Like we said, you've got these 7 energy centers. You've got the left channel, the right channel. You've also got each energy center has a left and right aspect as well. So all that knowledge comes with time, meditating, attending classes, and also listening to the talks and lectures by Shri Mataji. I don't like sometimes saying lecture because when people go, I'm going to get bored, I'm going to fall asleep. They're actually very engaging talks. And we're just going to listen to a short excerpt. And you'll find that she always has very amazing words of wisdom to say that resonate with you. And she always does it in a very loving, in a very humorous way as well. So if you can and wish to stay back, or like we say, come back and revisit this video, stay with us to watch this little excerpt. If you have to go, thank you for coming. What's your next step from here? So all these links will be in the description below in the video. Now, we encourage you can download a handout that has all those affirmations and try to follow it through. We say twice a day. Make sure you keep a bit of a momentum. Do it like a 7-day trial. Try before you buy. Give yourself 7 days and see how you feel. So on our website here, you'll see freemeditation.com.au/May 2023-AU. The -AU leads you to the Australian website. And there'll be a handout there. You can join a WhatsApp group so you can stay in touch with us. If you want a mentor, you can even request in this WhatsApp group and you can stay in touch with us so you have someone to help you one-on-one in your meditation journey. And of course, classes. We have a number of physical and online classes as well. So go to the website, .au/classes, and take your pick. See if you can join in a class to build on that knowledge as well. But otherwise, thank you again. We do this sort of pose as a namaste as a way of respect and thanking that you stuck through this time with us. And like I said, feel free to listen now with us a short excerpt of Shri Mataji's talk. And we wish you a good afternoon, good evening ahead, wherever you might be. So thank you very much again.
I bow to all the seekers of truth. Just now, Albert has very clearly described to you the mechanism that is within us, which works out our self-realization. There is a mechanism, no doubt. When we are in this room, we see so many lights, and there is a mechanism behind this. But what we do is to just switch on, and the lights are there. So the whole mechanism is already built within us through our evolutionary process. Now we have reached at a point when we have to achieve the result of the evolutionary process. In the West, people had the quest to find out outside this body. I would say that they tried to find out the knowledge about the tree of life. But when the life is found out from outside, you can go up to a point. And the tree can also grow up to a point. You have to go to your roots. This is the knowledge of our roots. Now, to say that it comes from India or it comes from a particular region is not true. India being an ancient country, of course, they have been able to go deep into it. But even in the Bible, you get sentences like, I will appear before you like tongues of flames. And these centers really looks like tongues of flames. Then in the Quran also, it is there called as Asas, the Kundalini. It describes that you have to be connected with God. Otherwise, whatever you do in the name of God, you will become cruel and you will be disintegrated. It's clearly said. Same thing in any religion that you read, that you have to have your self-realization. Every religion has talked of the spirit. Every religion has said that you must find out your spirit. Now, when we are ignorant about the spirit, and there are so many people in the market, which I say as a guru shopping going on, people don't know what to expect and what to find. What is self, what is spirit, and why should we get it? As I said, it is the epitome of our evolution. That you have to become the spirit, and that is the truth, that you are the spirit. If you are the spirit, then you have to achieve that state. By this way or that way, that is your birthright, is born with you. That's why we call it Sahaja Yoga. Sahaja means Saha is with, Ja is born with you. That is the yoga, the union with the divine. The divine is the all-pervading power of God's love, which is the subtle of subtler, all-pervading. It exists in everything and you have to feel it. That's what we call as the cool breeze of the Holy Ghost. Cool breeze of the Holy Ghost. In the Bible, there's no description of Holy Ghost. This Kundalini is the reflection of that Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost is the desire of God. That's the power of God reflected within us as Holy Ghost, as Kundalini, in 3.5 coils, is our pure desire. All other desires that we have are impure. Because we have been desiring for this and that, economic laws are such that in general wants are not satiable. Why? Because those wants are not pure. So this is the power of Kundalini which resides in the triangular bone within yourself. Now when I am telling all this to you, you should not have a blind faith about it, but it's an hypothesis. If you are a scientific person or if you have a very logical mind, then you must understand that you should not close your mind. You should be with an open mind and see for yourself. If this proves, then it's all right. But you should not be a person who is cynical, who is already challenging me, because what I'm doing is to give you what you have, is to tell you what you have, which is your property. It's your own. I have nothing to do with it as such. but I can't also help it without telling you. This Kundalini has to rise from its seat, which she has shown just now, which is residing in the triangular bone called as sacrum. Sacrum itself means sacred. That means the Greeks knew about this word, knew about Kundalini, that's why they called it sacred. Now when this Kundalini rises through these various centers, she passes through 6 centers. The 7th center is below her.
So on that note, thank you again for joining. As you can see, Shri Mataji's talks can vary in length. They can be quite lengthy or some short ones as well. But due to time constraints, when we won't play the full talk, just played a very small excerpt. And she just basically reiterated a lot of the things we said today. But you can see there was a lot more to listen to. So all these resources will be available to you in the description box below. Feel free to listen to her talks as well, as that's also a form of meditation. Her presence or being or her words of wisdom also help us feel that state of thoughtless awareness amazingly, and feeling that sense of positivity and joy. We have a lot of resources available on YouTube, meditation music, Shri Mataji's talks, meditation guides. So there's a lot you can learn and use to help enhance your meditation. But take it step by step, take it day by day, be patient with yourself. But as I said, you would have felt definitely peaceful today, which is a sign that this works. And the beauty of it and the exciting part is each day discovering a new aspect about yourself and learning about yourself even more. So thank you.
Tvameva sakshat Shri Mahalakshmi Mahasaraswati Trigunaatmika Kundalini Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Tvameva sakshat Shri Karaki sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Sakshat Shri Sahasrara Swami Moksha Pradayani Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Salat salat Zoya Kapilala Shri Nirmal Ganesha Pujanala Salat salat Zoya Kapilala Shri Nirmal Ganesha Pujanala Salat salat Zoya Kapilala Shri Nirmal Ganesha Pujanala charani namra holi. Nirnanda sare, ananda sohana bhaga bhaga re. Sala sala soya kapelala, Shri Nirmala Ganesha pujanala. 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 Sala sala soya kapelala, Shri Nirmala Ganesha pujanala.
Just put your hands towards me. Just like this. It's good. You're all thoughtless. If you see, there's no thought in your mind. And complete silence. Enjoy this. This moment is going to transform your life. Take it from me. You may not realize today, but you'll realize it very soon. Strong. Have faith in yourself. That's the main thing. It's beautiful. People are seeking, no doubt. But when I saw so many people, I was amazed. Now the time has come, it's a new awareness which is come. You see, the world is ready for it.
be smaller, like a dust particle which moves with the wind. It goes everywhere, can go sit on the head of a king, or can go and fall at the feet of someone. And it can go and sit everywhere. But I want to be a particle of dust that is fragrant, that is nourishing, that is enlightening.
म्हणजे आमचे आजोबा ओळखत होते. म्हणजे आम्ही असं एक दिवस भेटलो आहे, म्हणजे एकदा गमन मागे तेव्हा बघितलं. म्हणजे प्रवचन होतं त्यांचं, तेव्हा भेटलो एकदा. आमचे आजोबा पांडुरंग झोरे, ते त्यांचे म्हणजे रोज पूजा करायचे, नंतर पाण्यात पाय सोडून ते कुंडली जागृत करत ना तसे करायचे. आणि मग सेंटर असे त्यांचे असतात ना केंद्र, तिथं जायचे. बाकीचे लोक कोण नाही, फक्त ते एकटेच करायचे. म्हणजे फोटो आहे, पुसतो आम्ही, पण असं ते कुंडली जागृत वगैरे करणं, सेंटरला जाणं असं करत नाही. फोटोची पूजा वगैरे करतो, पण सेंटरला वगैरे जात नाही. असे कोण ना, फक्त आजोबाच करायचे. मी फोटो पुसतो, पण असे सेंटरला वगैरे जात नाही. एका टपामध्ये पाणी घ्यायचे, गरम पाणी, त्यामध्ये थोडं मीठ टाकायचं आणि पाय सोडून बसायचे आणि हाताद्वारे असं करून ते काहीतरी करायचे. निर्मला देवींचं नाव घेत असतात, निर्मला देवी म्हणून असं म्हणतात.
त्यांना मारते ना, मारू देत काय.
परम पूज्य श्री माताजी निर्मला देवी जी का रत्नागिरी रेलवे स्टेशन में प्रेम पूर्वक स्वागत करते हैं. रत्नागिरी स्थानकात परम पूज्य निर्मला देवी भक्तांचे कोकण रेल्वेतर्फे हार्दिक स्वागत. रत्नागिरी स्थानकामध्ये परमपूज्य निर्मला देवी भक्तांचे कोकण रेल्वेतर्फे हार्दिक स्वागत.
गाडी अशी लागणार नाही फिरणार नाही फिरायची डायरेक्ट उतरताना लागणार गाडी मोठी आहे ना माझी
Shri Mataji found this place called Ganpati Pule about 18 or 19 years ago. And there is a very holy temple of Sri Ganesha, who is the main deity that's worshipped in Maharashtra. And she said, look, we'll all go over there. And we were not many. I think we were barely a couple of hundred people. And she told me, we'll go over here, and I think you'll find that everybody will go very deep. And that was true. We came over here the very first time, and we had 6 or 7 days of programs. We were at the nearby village. And this has now grown year after year, wherein many more people come. Now you have 8,000 people. And the idea is to bring people together to meditate, but most of all for people to have some proximity to Shri Mataji.
I am immensely joyous to see all of you here. The words get lost. They have no meaning. So many of you aspiring to ascend to that state where you would have complete joy, bliss and peace. In this country, we had a struggle of freedom. I was part and parcel of that. My parents were part and parcel of that. They were rich people, quite rich, I should say, from every standard. You'll be amazed, my father burnt all his suits. They were stitched in England. My mother burnt all her saris. They used to spin their own clothes and wear them. I had only one coat throughout my education. When I was in Lahore, which is terribly cold, sometimes can be like London. But we never grudged and never grumbled and never said that our father should have looked after us and done something. Why did he just sacrifice everything for the country? Never, never, never. That quality was created, I should say, by Mahatma Gandhi, He made everybody so transformed into a new personality. All the money that we had, everything that we had, all conveniences, all housing, everything was given up. Not only by my father, but so many of them. Otherwise, we could not have got our freedom. To get our freedom, this country has sacrificed so much. I must say Gandhiji had a special charm. I don't know how he managed. He was like touch of Midas, touched anybody, he became transformed. And he was an extremely strict man, very kind to me, to children, but he was an extremely strict man. He would not tolerate any nonsense at all. Throughout, if you study the way all these people were brought up, not only for freedom of or independence, but even before that, for spiritual life, anywhere, there's one thing very common is sacrifice. And the consciousness that you are doing something great. Consciousness that you are part and parcel of the whole. I've seen it with my own eyes, such people in this country, whom you may call legendary, but I've seen it. Thousands of people were killed and butchered. Children died. Nobody shed tears. Nobody shed tears. Now, after that, we are here to get our freedom, to get the freedom for our spirit, to make our spirit free from our greed, lust, from your anger, from our conditionings, from our terrible ego.
হে মোর চিত্ত পূর্ণ তীর্থে জাগরে ধীরে এই ভারতের মহামানবের সাগর তীরে এসো এসো আজ তুমি ইংরাজ এসো এসো খ্রিস্টান এসো ব্রাহ্মণ সূচি করি মন ধরো হাত সবাকার এই ভারতে মহামানবের সাগর তীরে
can see from one point of view that human beings are created as human beings. And they have mental, emotional, all these sides. Now they are guided by their emotional side, maybe mental side, also depending on the birth and all that. So they are bound by all these things. We have within us a power, I call it as Kundalini, which is kept in the triangular bone, which is sleeping there. So when you awaken that Kundalini, she passes through these various aspects of her life and she enlightens them. Not only enlightens them, but she binds them and makes them one. That is where we become above all these things and we become ourselves. This is I discovered long time back. But to put it into somebody's head is very difficult. But when it started working out, they would ask me how it has worked, how it has happened, what has happened. Then I could explain to them.
We may have many concepts about our religion or caste or race, but these are only concepts. Every human being has within him the desire to want to be one with God. That desire, if it is strong enough, it will be fulfilled. And in her presence, that desire can actually manifest itself. You do get connected, you feel the vibrations, you feel the silence, deep silence within, which is the thoughtless awareness. Then of course how they take it forward is left to them. It is an individual's own sense of responsibility and the strength of his or her own desire to take it forward. India is blessed by people who believe that there is God and one has to be surrendered to God and one has to try to get closeness to God. But that's what it is. The rest of it is that we are divided into many, many castes, many, many religions, many sects, and much ritualism. And when you break out of that, and we realize that we are all people who are born from this earth of India and that we can all achieve a sense of realization and can get close to a sense of God, then it will change the way Indians also work with each other. I was very lucky that I was able to meet with Shri Mataji when I was about 18 years old. And she was staying in Bombay, and she was at that time the wife of the chairman of the Shipping Corporation of India. My mother knew her, so we went over to her home, and my mother said, "Here is a special person, and you'll feel good if you meet her." There were not that many people. There were a few people in Bombay. They'd meet for meditation. In fact, when they met for meditation, Shri Mataji herself would be there, sitting in front of everybody. But it took a few years after that to fully realize the power of the vibrations.
19 तारीख क्या इंग्लिश में बोलना
19 मार्च
19 मार्च
1970
1972 हम गए थे आबू में रजनीश के शिविर में। तो उसमें से वो लेडीज मुझे मिल गई, तो उन्होंने माता जी का एड्रेस वगैरह लिख दिया ना। तो वो ऐसी बात करते कि आपके वो सब अंदर थे ना, कूदते थे, नाचते। तो मैं बाजू में खड़ी थी, आप कैसे, आपको इसमें इंटरेस्ट? मैंने बोला मेरे को इंटरेस्ट नहीं उसमें। तो फिर उन्होंने बोला कि मैं आपको एक एड्रेस बताऊँ, एक निर्मला श्रीवास्तव करके है बॉम्बे में। तो उन्होंने किसके पास से कागज़ दिया, किसके पास से पेंसिल, मेरे को एड्रेस लिख दिया जीवन ज्योत का। फिर वो सब कर मैं तो गए अंबाजी। फिर अंबाजी गए तो हम तो अंबाजी में रहते थे 4-5 दिन। फिर अंदर मंदिर में जब पूजा करते थे वगैरह, तो माता अंबाजी माँ को प्रार्थना कर बोला, माँ ये जगह में जाओ। तो माता जी ने जैसे बोला कि मेरा ही वो स्वरूप है, मैं ही हूँ। फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर ही माता जी का घर था, पर हम सेकंड फ्लोर पर चढ़ गए। तो मैं उतरती थी, माता जी ने दरवाज़ा खोला और बाहर आके बोले, आप मेरे को ढूंढ रही हो? मैं नीचे आई तो माता जी ने मेरे को ऐसा हाथ लगा के अंदर ले गई, ऐसे कोट पर बैठाया। फिर वो चिट्ठी माता जी को बताई, तो बहुत अच्छा है बोले। फिर मेरे को यहाँ देखे कि ठीक है, तुम्हारा सब अच्छा है, पर मैं अभी चालू नहीं किया है जो मेरे को करना है। बोले मेरी लड़की को अभी 9वां महीना है, उसको डिलीवरी हो जाएंगी, वो 1.25 महीना के बाद मैं ये चालू करूँगी। तो फिर वो आराधना की डिलीवरी हुई ना, कल्पना की। बाद में 1.25 महीना के बाद जनवरी महीना में माता जी ने शिविर लिया था बोर्डी में। फिर वहाँ बुलाया, वो मेरे को लेटर आया तो मैं आ गई। तो जहाँ माता जी बैठती थी, माता जी हम दूर से बैठते थे, तो सब लोग बोले ऊपर चलो, मैं पीछे पीछे बोले चलो, नहीं बोलेंगे तो वापस आ जाएंगी। तो पीछे पीछे गई ऊपर। पहले वो जवेरी को दिया वाइब्रेशन, और ऐसे ऊपर चढ़ाती थी, ऐसे सब करके जागृति। फिर उन्होंने बोला ये उनको भी दो। थोड़े वाइब्रेशन नहीं आता मालूम होता था, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ अच्छा लगा अंदर से। फिर वो चंदू भाई जो वो लोग भी ऐसे ऐसे देखते थे, करते थे, बोले हो गए ऐसे।
When I started raising their Kundalini, first only 2 people got it. Gradually. Then so many people got this. So they said, we too want to have this within us. So can you give us? I said, I'll try. I don't know. So we thought we should go into a place which is away from the city. So we were about 25 people. I think 6 or 7 people got their realization. So they told us that we are feeling the cool breeze in our hand, and also the cool breeze coming out of fontanelle bone area. So I said, that's it. Now you have to grow in it. You have to watch. With a witness state, you should find out what has happened to you. I must say those days people were very, very genuine. They wanted. It was not just a stunt. And so, altogether out of 25, 21 got this.
the cool breeze that is normally subjectively felt with the Kundalini awakening, it was objectively recorded. Very fine instruments were used to record the palmar skin temperature. And it was found that there was about 1 degree centigrade drop in the skin temperature. The knowledge about this subtle system, that is the Kundalini, about the 7 chakras, and about these 3 energy channels, all this is described in Yoga Sutra. What Shri Mataji has given to us, she has described how each energy centers, they are controlling different organs of our body. Any disease is because of some imbalance in these energy centers. The correction can be effected only with the Kundalini awakening. And if it gets awakened, it rises up through this center channel. It pierces this 6th energy center, which is called the Agnya, and it goes up on the Sahasrara, and it goes and unites with the cosmic energy. When this union of your own divine energy with the cosmic energy takes place, then yoga is said to have occurred. Normally, a person cannot stop his or her thoughts, but when the Kundalini gets awakened, then a person is put into a thoughtless state, and finally it goes up to the Sahasrara, and a person is feeling the cool breeze. As many diseases are having stress as a major etiological factor, that being cut out, plus the vibrations going to the energy centers and giving the vibrations themselves being regenerating and nourishing, they do the healing. Shri Mataji has initiated work of Sahaja Yoga using the medical side, in the sense that curing of people has been an attractive point for world at large. So you can say that the cure being effected in Sahaja Yoga is a byproduct of this Kundalini awakening. It is a spiritual experience which a person gains. But humans, we are all not coming for the spiritual aspect. We may be coming with medical complaints, but reaping the benefit is the spiritual ascent that a person achieves.
Please remove the guilt from me.
I had a hand for curing people, and I had a liking for medical studies also. So, despite all other problems, I thought best is to do medicine. But suddenly my college was closed in 42. Moreover, my father was in jail. So we didn't have sufficient money also. My mother would sell her ornaments to get the money for education. So when my college was closed, my mother said, "No, stop. We can't afford to wait." That's how I then got married. Then I started going to different people supposed to be preaching about spirituality, talking about spirituality. But what I found, they themselves were not spiritual. Very greedy, trying to want everything, running after women. I said, what sort of things these are? If they are like this, what are they going to teach me? So I gave up hopes. Then I started searching myself within myself. Then one day in a forest I was with lots of people who were seeking. And I went near the big talab ko kya kehte hain?
The sea.
Talab. And there I was sitting. And suddenly a light came into me. And I saw it clearly that I am a satisfied soul. I don't need anything. I don't want anything. And that is the time when I saw few things happening. I felt later on, about 8 days later, that there is this power of Kundalini which rises within me and which pierces through the body and all that, which is not a common experience. So I said, this can happen to everyone. You see, many boys also started coming, ladies also coming from the West to my group. Then my husband got a job in England. So I went with him. And I started working with the English. It's worked.
We were just in our first year of London life, and we had taken up a house out in the rural area. When I came in the evening, I went to my living room, as they saw, drawing room, and there I saw a young white boy sitting comfortably in the sofa and reading a paper, newspaper. So I said, who is this fellow? Who is he? And he looked at me as if I was an intruder. I went to her and I said, now, do I see what I see? Because I said, I have seen a young man sitting there wearing my clothes, my kurta and my pajama. I said, there is something wrong with me. So she said, no, there's nothing wrong with you. I'll tell you what has happened. And then she explained that she had gone to London. This is what had happened. And so she felt she could help him. Brought him home, and he was dirty, so he had to be given a wash. So I was a little relieved. I thought I had gone out of my mind. I said, well, very good. That I began to understand the depth of her feelings, her vision.
It all worked out. My husband should get a job in England, that I should go with him there. There I meet people of that kind. It's a fragrance of spirituality which spreads.
See, in the West at that time, from India, there had been many so-called gurus. Now, when I went to America, I found that all of these people had a great big following out there. They were on television. They were treated as this sort of something really extraordinary that has come from India. But I felt that the seekers were real. I was in California, and you know that in California is where this whole sense of wanting to find ways and means as to how do you break out of the existing mold and get something else in life. So I met many people, and Gregor was one such person. He was actually traveling in California, and I could see that he was a very great seeker, but he didn't know. And we spent some time together, and then I just said, look, I know that you're looking for something. I can't do anything for you, but there is somebody, and we in India think that she is the incarnation of Mary, the mother of Jesus, or Radha herself, Radhaji herself, and she lives there in London just now. She can help you. And I was so surprised. The very next day he left and went to England, and he went and telephoned and went and met Shri Mataji. So many years later I asked Gregor, what happened? I mean, if someone just tells you something, do you just go 10,000 miles away, or how does it go? So he said, no, before I came to meet you, every night I would be having a vision, or I'd have a sense that something is going to happen. I know that something is going to happen to me. And then when you told me, I knew that was the truth, so I just went.
One of them was Gregor, who came. So I told him, you can go to London and there, London city. We have some people there who are spiritually very alert. So he said, all right. He went and bought a bow for himself and a shirt for himself. I said, no, be simple, they are simple people. He thought he should wear a bow. Then he went and put the bow on and everything. And Gregor came up and he saw, peeped in, that everybody was very simply dressed. So went down running, took out his bow and everything. And wore a simple dress and came up. But he didn't get realization that day. Afterwards he got it. He was very argumentative from the very beginning, overly read and all that. But gradually he came around. And I knew Gregor now.
I met her in August 1975. And when I came to Shri Mataji, I was the child of my generation. And then, with this sort of very permissive lifestyle that we had, our generation, then when you come to someone like Shri Mataji, who is purity herself, and all your chakras are basically in jeopardy, all your chakras are more or less broken. And it's really hard because visibly, Shri Mataji was working on me, and then she was going and vomit in the bathroom next minute, because my system was really damaged by the lifestyle, which was basically the lifestyle of a kid of my generation. But when she came and she told me what she was here for, what she had come for, what she was going to give mankind, what she was giving mankind already, then that was making the whole thing meaningful, the whole course of history. Then I was like, I don't know how you say this in English, écrasé. I was like stunned by the magnitude of it all, because just imagine that suddenly you get a big secret, and you know that this is what everybody needs, and then what do? When you look around yourself, there were maybe 7 or 8 people, who were following Shri Mataji. So here she is, you have 7 people around you. It is what the world needs, and what do? That was sort of overwhelming.
Sharmadayini Devi Ma, Sharmadayini Devi Ma, Sahasrara Swamini Devi Ma, Sahasrara Swamini Devi.
She travels along with me to many countries, and you would find it very difficult to believe. Wherever she went, they probably recognize her a little more than they would recognize me. I was the official. Then, she began to travel on her own, went to different places, different countries. And what appeals to me most in Sahaja Yoga is that it brings about a genuine inner transformation. It is not just talking, something from inside.
So we started organizing gradually public program, mostly in Caxton Hall in England, and that were the heroic times. She was coming, she was, staying after the program, giving realization to everybody, working on everybody, talking with everybody about their own private sort of issues, problems. And so I think England was definitely the place where all this was taking place for long. Then some of the people where they went in the country, and that's the way it started. And then little by little they started there. And I went back to my country. I believe, I'm not sure, I think I did the first public program without Shri Mataji in Lausanne in Switzerland. And and some people got the realization. I mean, of course, in the beginning you don't know whether it's going to work or not, so it's ein bisschen spannend.
He got a couple of people to come around, and they stood behind me, and they put a candle in a photograph, and they were doing all this stuff, and I was sitting there like this, waiting to be plunged into bliss. And that didn't happen, but what did happen was I felt this cold feeling start here and come up my legs and stop at the base of my spine. And they carried on for a little bit, and then they said, well, that's it. What you have to do now is meditate, and it'll work out. And I was a little bit disappointed, and they left. And I remember standing there in this room, smoking a cigarette, and I realized that my visual perception had changed a little bit. Anyway, I was very skeptical about the whole thing. I tried meditating. It wasn't spectacular. It was very subtle. But what I found was that things just kind of happened in my life. And he called. He only worked one day, this guy. He called and he said, well, would you like to meet Shri Mataji? She's going to New York on Friday. So I said, well, Friday, impossible. I've got a clinic that goes from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock. And he said, well, look, she's leaving Terminal 3 at 10 o'clock. She's going to New York. I'm going with her. And so I said, well, thanks for the invitation, but it's impossible. And on that Friday, which was the next day, the secretary said, oh, Dr. Wells, something really funny is happening, but your first 4 patients have all cancelled. So I said, okay, I'll be back. And there was Shri Mataji.
You are your own master, no doubt, but you are to be made into it. Unless and until you are connected to the mains through this, unless and until you are baptized, you are not your spirit. Now the spirit resides in your heart. Nobody knows, you see. He resides in your heart. But you are not aware of it. When the Kundalini passes through these various centers and pierces through this one, then the seat of the spirit is here. If it doesn't work, we'll work it out later.
The chakras are simply anatomical locations that are physiologically understandable by terms of autonomic nervous plexi. So this is the cardiac plexus, the heart chakra is the cardiac plexus. The Vishuddhi is the cervical plexus. Now, what I don't understand is how you can get cool air coming out of your head. That's not part of my training. You know, there is no way in allopathic medicine, in Western teaching, that you get cool air coming out of your head, and as it goes past here, you go into meditation. So a lot of it is difficult to explain from a scientific point of view if you've been trained, like I am, to be critical and to go to the library and check things out. And my own view is that it's entirely up to me whether I choose to believe in Sahaja Yoga, whether Shri Mataji is a divine being, whatever. So for example, if this thing caught fire and God appeared and said, "Here I am," we'd all have no problem with it. There's always room for doubt. And it's my choice as to whether I choose to believe that this is a divine process or whether it's just a coincidence.
Mataji o Devi tu hi Adi Shakti hai, Mataji o Devi tu hi Adi Shakti hai, Mataji o Devi tu hi Adi Shakti hai, Mataji o Devi tu hi Adi Shakti, Mataji o Devi tu hi Adi Shakti. I would like to leave it. Bitte einsteigen. Türen schließen selbstständig. Hello. Yes, ma'am. The food is coming from this side.
He says that why do you consider yourself to be the most developed spiritual person on this planet?
I didn't say that.
I said it.
He said, not me, I didn't say. Firstly, this is his experience which he has said. I never say so. And in modern times, when the ego is so strong, I am not a fool to say anything.
Ich war ein bisschen hippie-mäßig angehaucht oder ein Freak, wie wir damals gesagt haben. Oder ich war jemand, der kein großes Interesse an der Gesellschaft hatte, beziehungsweise auch kein großes Interesse daran hatte, ein konventionelles Leben innerhalb dieser Gesellschaft zu leben. Ja. Und ich wusste aber auch nicht konkret, was ich anderes machen hätte können oder wollte. Ich war ein typischer Neinsager, ein typischer Ablehner dessen, was da ist, aber auch nicht mit konstruktiven Alternativen. Ja.
Better? Better now. You are going to be all right. Right now, you become a master yourself.
Ich habe damals in München gelebt und ich kann mich gut erinnern, wie innerhalb von 2-3 Jahren der gesamte englische Garten rot gewandet war. Ja? Und hunderte von Sannyasins dort rumgelaufen sind. Leute, die früher Hans, Franz oder Uli hießen auf einmal Anand oder Shravanu oder wie auch immer. Ich glaube schon, dass das auf alle Fälle ein Zeichen der Generation war und dass viele Leute sich mit Spiritualität beschäftigt haben. Ich glaube, dass viele Leute immer noch suchen und ich glaube auch, dass ihnen die Suche eigentlich besser behagt als das Finden. Denn die Suche selber hält immer Optionen offen. Bei der Suche braucht man sich niemals committen oder man braucht sich niemals bekennen.
और लेफ्ट हैंड से देखिए कि सर में कहीं ठंडी ठंडी हवा तो नहीं आ रही, सर से ऊपर, सर से ऊपर.
You see, the world is ready for it. That's how. Otherwise, it would not have happened about, say, 20 years back, I think. Now the time has come. It's a new awareness which is coming. You see, it is, I think it is a system where you are ready for something, you get it. People are seeking, no doubt. I didn't know they were seeking so much. I didn't expect also. But when I saw so many people, I was amazed.
आ रही ठंडी कहाँ था? बहुत बड़ी बात है आप लोगों को, इतने लोगों के हाथ में ठंडा। सबको अनंत आशीर्वाद है हमारा।
She used to travel so much. I mean, that was the time when I was not so much with her because I was in my home and she was in Europe, and she used to Bulgaria, Romania, I'm hearing she's here, there. She went to South America. How she managed, I tell you, I can't tell you this. Lately, I was traveling more with her. We went to Dubai, and while leaving the leader of the Dubai collective, sitting like this, very quiet. I said, so what happened? He said, Didi, now that mother is going out of my hands, I'm feeling sad. So I told that to somebody else who was also like this, feeling sad because she was leaving from another place. I said, this is like a cycle, and mother leaves and departs, and the people behind are feeling sad, and mother is sad too to say bye. And then she's getting ready to arrive with a lot of smiling faces waiting for her. She goes from there to there. Everybody asks me this, that how could you, as a mother share her? And of course, you're as a child, you want your mother all the time. It's natural. But then she timed it as such when I think I was engaged to be married already when it was 1970, right? That is the date. So I was already engaged to be married. My sister was already married. So as they say, her worldly duties were kind of over.
I never found it very different, except, when I saw her posters all over. And I said, oh my God. So she became renowned all over the world. But to me, always a mother.
Oh, she was a strong mother, very strong, and she was very keen on, you being correct and right and very dharmic. That emphasis was very strong, that you must never do anything wrong. And it was easier in those days because I think dishonesty was not at all a common thing. So you had to live within your budget. So automatically you became a kind of person, and your attention did not go on to many luxuries. Also, we did not have consumerism in those days. I mean, we lived simply. The majority of people were of the same type of thinking. It was not so difficult. You didn't have peer pressure. Most of the girls were being brought up well, Also, I don't think there was that much of conflict in generations. It was more flowing, The family used to flow well.
My father was a brilliant man. He was leader of the people who were fighting the British. Very learned man. He went to jail many a times. Last time when he went after 1942 movement, it was for 3 years regularly he was in jail. But there was one fellow who was a friend of my father. He came and told my mother that you must apologize because we don't want your husband to be in jail. He has so many children and this and that. My mother said, I can't do that. His will. He wants to go to jail. He has to go. Like that, you see, we have glimpses of very ideal type of people during that time. They didn't think of money, their properties, nothing. So sacrifice was immense. Nowadays we can't even think of such a thing. But I did feel that the English should leave our country. They have no right to be there. So I did feel that somebody has to tell them that this is wrong. So I had a great sense of right and wrong. But I didn't know it was spirituality. It was an innate quality in me. But most of the people in those days were like that in India, because the urge of freedom was so great, and that people were fighting for freedom. So they could not think of all those things. Once I had to speak when I was 7 years of age for Mahatma Gandhi's fasting, and I spoke to thousands of people. I was a little girl. And I told them how we should forget about caste system and how we should marry each other. I was such a little girl at 7 years.
She would love to get people married. She enjoyed this job very much. And in the little that we had, she would try to get the best. Nephews were difficult, confirmed bachelors. They just got married because of her effort. Such a lot of courage, it takes, because I can see I don't have the courage. I mean, I think because of her extra, I have no courage to do such huge things, but she did it with such love. The bottom of it all was tremendous love. She had a lot of love.
My brother is getting married. The girl is from Austria, and the haldi program is going on. It is a turmeric paste which we apply to the brides and the bridegrooms before the marriage, which is supposed to clean them. Mama. They have to first fill a form, and they have to send it to Mataji. The photograph and all the biodata is there, whatever they are studying or they are working, experience, and whether they want to get married here. And then the final matching is done by Shri Mataji. It is auspicious because she finds the brides and the bridegrooms from the whole world. Otherwise, for the mothers, for parents, it is very limited area. We just look in our place.
She said, what about you? I said, me? And she said, yes, I think you should marry this girl. So I said, okay. And So I got married in Sahaja Yoga, and we have 3 beautiful daughters. They're now 17 and twins of 16. The marriage has been really very difficult. We're actually divorced now, and it didn't work out as a relationship. I just felt we were from different cultures, we were from different socioeconomic backgrounds. I was into drugs, sex, rock and roll. She was into learning how to do Viennese waltzes and going to the opera and stuff like that. I feel that I've failed in my job to make it work. I don't feel proud about the fact that we're divorced, but I think that she marries people for the benefit of their spiritual ascent.
Shakti tava padayugam smarami shubhamangala savadhan shubhamangala savadhan shubhamangala savadhan.
Now the bride will garland first to the bridegroom. Bride to garland, bridegroom.
The mistake we do when we look for a partner, we look for affinities. Because, same taste, same, and that doesn't always work. What we need to look for is complementarity. And complementarity we can't identify because it's hidden. So, in a sense, sometimes when Mother advises us, she knows what we can't see. She knows complementarity that can work between us. But very frankly, my wife is telling me that she would have run away from me anytime, any day before Sahaja Yoga, because I was this sort of loud chap that she would say, oh, keep away from this guy. And I can't say that I would have just zoomed on her. I mean, and yet, Mother suggested her first, because the girl is the first one to make the decision. And then once she said yes, I said yes, and yeah, it worked. The man is like the sea, and the woman is like the earth. And it's a sort of give and take where there is no repetition. Shri Mataji says that it's like the two wheels of a chariot. They are equal, but they are at 2 different positions. So you need the 2 wheels to be equal for the chariot to go straight. If one wheel is larger than the other one, the chariot goes round and round.
When my elder daughter got married, she'd organized the whole thing. So this year when my younger daughter got married and she couldn't be here to organize everything with me, I found it rather strange that I really had to do some work.
In Sanskrit, they say the events of life are called samskaras. They are called samskaras. So you have special pujas and ceremonies for certain episodes in your life. Of these, the marriage is the most important sanskara. The reason is there's a lot of emphasis on the stability of this union. That is the basis of entire society and family and everything. So if this union is not treated with great sanctity, it can just... and there are hundreds of reasons to shake it. So if you don't give it that sanctity, you make it totally sacred, you can walk away from it.
Om Saubhagyamastu. Om Shubham Bhavatu. Hadi.
So she used to say that the sanctity of marriage has to be respected, because it's always a challenge, human beings always are challenged. And here you are in front of the sacred fire, you're taking the vows, the whole set of families are watching you do it. So it's a huge, huge psychological impact, also total commitment to break that. Not just the marriage itself, but just the event that you have timed. This is the time now that you got married, and there's a big change that will start us in life.
कि आपके जीवन के केवल सुख ही नहीं, अगर कभी कोई कष्ट होंगे, संघर्ष होंगे, तो उनमें भी मैं हमेशा.
If she finds that there is somebody who's not happy in marriage, this disturbs her a lot. So for her, that was an ideal situation. Whether human beings are all like that, I don't know. But for in her heart, that is what she wanted for everybody. That they should be very happily married and enjoy each other.
You see, the thing is, in our country in those days, there was no choice, nothing. Whatever parents said, you had to listen. So, according to the choice of my parents, they selected him. He was a friend of my brother. And my brother said he's a very nice person, this, that. So they married me to him. That's what it is.
I met her first in 1946 and found her to be a very different person, different from young ladies of her age. A person who came from the background of patriotism. And there was some aura about her. I didn't quite understand at that time what was coming, but she was different.
Now I find we have another kind of slavery, a slavery of selfishness, self-oriented. This is my comfort, I must have this, it should be enjoyable, I'm enjoying, I'm this, I'm that. So rise now. You must rise above your petty, small mind.
आप कृपया बैठ जाइए।
Today is a great day because we are celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. He was such a great spiritual personality who had to suffer on the cross. This is what many people don't understand, that why a man of his caliber, of his standing, of his spirituality should have to go through so many ordeals in life. He did not feel the pain. On the contrary, he went through all that ordeal with such courage and such dignity. So, this kind of life that Christ had, you don't have to go through. He has done for us. Your life will be very, very safe and peaceful and joyous.
सर्वमंगल मंगल्ये शिव सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते।
Puja is touching probably the religious aspect of Sahaja Yoga. And puja is basically what we call in Germany Gottesdienst. And it's the praising of God. Our pujas being offered to Shri Mataji, although they are pujas to different deities. So we do a puja for Christmas. And we do a puja and we offer to Shri Mataji a puja to Lord Jesus Christ. Because bhakti, which is the praising of God, the surrender of God, the love which you offer to God, yeah, is a very important part in the relationship between a human being and the divine. And without love, there's no relationship between you and God. It's all based on love. So bhakti is the bridge on which you walk to God.
अम्बा जी को मानते थे तो उसको ये करते थे न पूजा, तो माता जी मिल गई तो उसकी श्रद्धा। हम पहले जब माता जी के अम्बा जी ने पूजा करता तो अपने फोटो ले हाथ में एकदम भक्ति भाव थी एम था कि आ माँ तू हमने क्या रे मारी आम तो फोटा ने तो चांदलो करे कि अपने वस्त्र अलंकार पास रख देते थे, पर हे माँ प्रत्यक्ष तुम कब मिलेंगे हमको। तो जब माता जी मिली तो इतना माता जी को ऐसा बैठा के पूजा करने का इतना आनंद आता था कि उस माँ मिल गई तो कितना आनंद आता है। निर्मला माता हमारे वहाँ तो सब रिवाज है ना, कोई आते तो नज़र उतारना, कलश ये घुमाना, पर चरण में पानी पे आरती करना, अने वो भी हम अपने शादी में नहीं करते, फिर माता जी बैठ जाती तो उसी टाइम तो रिवाज था ना नज़र उतारने का, तो हम उतारते, माता जी को अच्छा लगता था। नज़र उतारिए।
It gets me centered, it gets me feeling that I'm in contact, that I'm connected with God of my understanding. The actual puja turns me into a more innocent child, and we dance and we sing, and the next day and for the next week usually I feel calm and I feel that I'm heading in a direction that is what God wants me to do, which is usually to do something for other people, you know, like make somebody else laugh or some little thing.
I'm amazed how they can read so much into her. It's because for them also she's the guru. And they're watching every movement of her face, so they have understood her completely. And I think the main thing is that she has been able to transform a person, to run away from that ego and get into connection with the consciousness of Param Chaitanya. So from that point you go backwards, that when that happens, what happens to a person?
Her desire is the emancipation of humanity, that they should be connected to the divine, that they should have joy in their lives, that they should be able to be collectively conscious and understand vibrations from each other. She knows that it's not easy, it's going to take time. It depends on the power of the desire of each individual.
It's not a battle for the world, it's a battle for myself. If I can work it out in myself, it doesn't change the world, it changes myself, so I have my first win. But if we all do it, then eventually we get an impact on society.
Each person has their own story. Each life is different. Many people have never met her physically and who may never end up meeting her now. But they are transformed and their lives have been so affected. So many of them.
I'm sure, as a mother, I'm not so bad. But as a father, I think I lack some things. Please try to come up so that I should feel that I did not lack in my fatherly attitude towards you. When we were fighting for our freedom, all of us were removed from schools because we were in the missionary school, and the missionaries believed that Christ was born in England. But we were such proud children, very proud. And now when you have got the freedom of your spirit, you must seek the comfort of your spirit.
one has to bear the pangs. I don't mind because it is my life, my mission, my existence, my everything is for the purpose of emancipation of humanity. Even the last drop of my blood is for that. So my satisfactions are very different. If I could do it alone, I would have done it, but I cannot. It's only through you I have to do it.
I must say that CP has tolerated my lots of nonsense of being very generous and all that. But somehow he is tolerated.
Not tolerated, it has been absolutely wonderful. It continues to be that. She has been doing this now for many, many, many years. So I don't agree that I have tolerated her. On the contrary, it is she who has tolerated a bureaucrat in her life.
Permanent headache. So all these ideas about religion and God and all that must be again reformed. There's no need to ring the bells or anything. Bells have to be inside.
Thank you.
May God bless you.
Huh. Just put your hands towards me. Just like this. It's good. You're all thoughtless. If you see, there's no thought in your mind. And complete silence. Enjoy this. This moment is going to transform your life. Take it from me. You may not realize today, but you'll realize it very soon. Strong. Have faith in yourself. That's the main thing. It's beautiful.
Shri Mataji Angana. Adare hai Shri Mataji Angana. Uvare Arahi Chaitanya ki. Uvare Arahi Chaitanya ki. Panchi gaye madhura dhum. Panchi gaye madhura dhum. Mora
Jai.
Hello, my name is Eero Heinonen and I'm doing this testimonial for Sahaja Yoga meditation. My profession is in music. I play in a rock band called the Rasmus that we established. We started the band in 1994-95. So when I was about 18 years old, 19 years old, I had a friend who was in the same music school with me. And he was attending the meditation classes and he was talking very highly of it, and it sounded like, yeah, like there might be something in this, even though I was not looking for a meditation method or I wasn't looking for ways to change my life. But at one point I had been going to the classes at that point maybe 4 or 5 times, and I vividly remember this one moment when it was after the class. I came out of the building, came out of the library. It was held in a library that day, and I came to the street, and suddenly I started to feel this sort of like a bubbling feeling inside of me, and I just felt like, wow, this world is so beautiful. And I was looking at people like, oh, look how unique and beautiful all these people are, and I felt like a lot of love in my heart, and it was an experience that felt like, well, even if I wasn't looking for anything spiritual, this definitely feels like something positive is changing inside me, and I felt like I need to follow this. I need to follow this experience and see how far it will take me, and what I can get out of it. I also got introduced to Shri Mataji, who is the founder of the method, and she is an Indian woman who has a very deep understanding of spiritual aspects, and I started listening to her lectures quite a lot, and there's plenty of them online as well. I still do, like, frequently I listen to her speeches, and I try to discover like what those metaphors and things what they mean in my life, and yeah, she's an important part of my meditation practice nowadays. I think that ever since, like, also my professional life has been affected in a way, because I felt like, okay, these are the values that kind of keep me on track if I want to achieve good meditations, and you know, I want to keep my life positive. I don't want to, you know, I want to get rid of intoxication, and want to get rid of negative thoughts, and you know, I don't want to lie to myself, I don't want to lie to others. Sahaja Yoga Collective, I mean, the people who practice Sahaja Yoga frequently, like, we have these people in so many countries, like more than 100 countries or 110 countries probably. We're like a big collective of people who have a vision to wanting to give this meditation to many people, and we want to make it available for everyone who is somehow interested to go deeper into their spirit and experience life in that sort of like a subtle, full way.
as usual, before we meditate and after we meditate, we'll raise our energy, the Kundalini, and put ourselves what we call a bandhan. So let's do it together first. So the left hand will raise vertically, and the right hand will rotate around it like that. And we do that 3 times. So the first time, and on top we do a knot. Like we want to tie our Kundalini to stay on top of our head. We do it a second time. And then we do it a third time. And a third time we do 3 knots. Now we put ourselves in a bandhan, which is a protection of our aura around us, with the left hand still on our lap and the right hand starting on the left side, going around us and back in half a circle. 7 times for the 7 chakras. So now let's go in meditation with some music. And this will be a silent meditation. Simply, if you have thoughts, forgive them. Try to keep your attention above your head. And simply go in meditation. Go in the present moment. We can slowly come out of our meditation. I hope you enjoyed this session. So it is very important to meditate every day, to cleanse ourselves in the evening, and to come to this weekly webcast, or if you have an event, Sahaja Yoga class nearby, please go and attend that class, because that will certainly enhance your meditation and help you to grow spiritually very rapidly.
This is the story of creation. Creation once said, "I want to hide something from the humans until they are ready for it." It is the realization that they create their own reality. The eagle said, "Give it to me, I will take it to the moon." The Creator said, "No, one day they will go there and find it." The salmon said, "I will bury it at the bottom of the ocean." The Creator said, "No, they will go there too." The mighty buffalo said, "I will bury it on the Great Plains." And the Creator said, "They will cut into the skin of the earth and find it even there." To this, the great-grandmother who lived in the breast of Mother Earth and who had no physical eyes but saw only with spiritual eyes, said, "Put it inside of them." And the Creator said, "It is done." This power that was hidden within us is our motherly energy, the Kundalini. She is our individual mother, waiting in the sacrum bone, and she knows all about our past, all about our aspirations, and all about our future. She knows our problems. Our Kundalini, our individual mother, she is anxious to give us our second birth. And once this happens, we automatically start seeing things very clearly in the light of the spirit, because when this happens, our spirit gets enlightened. Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi devised a very simple technique called self-realization to awaken this Kundalini energy. She has given this knowledge free of cost to the whole world through Sahaja Yoga meditation. So let's begin and learn more about this technique to get our self-realization.
top, your hand, your palm should touch the fontanelle bone area where you had a soft bone in your child, and press it and try to move it clockwise. Now at this point, as I said, I cannot cross your freedom, and you have to ask for your realization, otherwise I cannot force it. So just say 7 times, Mother, I want my realization, please give me realization. 7 times. Now raise your hand and see if there's a cool breeze coming in. Now change your hand, please. Put your right hand down and the left hand on top of your head. And now see, raise it little high, about 6 inches high. 6 inches high. Got it, most of you. All can raise both your hands on top of your head. Open your eyes. Raise them high, high up. And now ask the question in your heart, is this the wind of the Holy Ghost? Is this the Brahmasha? Is this the all-pervading power of love of God that does all the living work? Now feel it yourself. Those who have come for the second time must have definitely felt it, but I'll tell you today what is to be done tonight and work it out, it will be better. You might get a photograph from these people tonight. In the beginning, it's better to use my photograph because it has got vibrations. Now what you can do is to put a candle in front of the photograph and you can see the vibrations are coming from the photograph. Now put the left hand towards the photograph and right hand like this. Just now you can do it. Put the left hand towards me and the right hand like this. Now this is the balance. This is the balance we are doing. Put left hand towards me and right hand out like this at the back. You see, like this. So we are ventilating. All right. Now see on the left hand if it is coming. You are all thoughtless if you see that. Now, you put your right hand towards me and left hand like this. Heart. You have to believe that you are the Spirit. That's all you have to believe. You have to believe in yourself. That's all I want you to believe in. That you are the Spirit. Good? Alright. Then I'll teach you how to raise your Kundalini tonight when you go home. So this is what you can do on the photograph, and you can see that it starts flowing from both your hands. At the most, if you are very much sort of intention or anything, if you are very sick, then you can take a little bowl of water with little salt in it and put your feet in that bowl and take the vibrations from the photogram. But if you feel cool breeze in your hand and cool breeze moving in this hand, then everything is perfect. Now you have to learn. Tomorrow I'll tell you what it means, how to use it, how to become a master. It's a simple thing. Now today I'll teach you how to raise your own Kundalini, which is your own. Now put your left hand in front of the Kundalini, here. All of you sitting down. Can you see me? Put your left hand like this, just like this in front, like this in front. This hand like this. The right hand has to be moved up, front, down, back, like that, clockwise. You have to raise it. Now, let us raise our Kundalini. Start it moving slowly, like this, like this, like this, and throw your hands up, absolutely loose, and then give it a twist. Throw your head back, and now give it a knot. That's one. You have to do it thrice. Again, let's do it. Hold the hand in front and start moving it. Take it up, throw your hands and just give it a twist. And here it is. Third time, you have to give 3 twists. You can do it at home. Throw back your hands, head and hands loose, and give it one, then the second one, and then the third one, like this. Now see, it will improve. Now, there's one thing more one must learn, how to give protection to your aura. That is very important. Protection to your aura, I wish people knew how to do it, they would have saved themselves in many troubles. Is to put your left hand like this. And with the right hand, you move it like this. From here, move it. 1, go back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is how you give protection to yourself. Now see your vibration. Alright? It's better. Now what happens that when you are judging others' vibration, you can just start judging like this, it's alright, or give him a bondage like this. This is the bondage of love, because it is flowing through your hands. When you move your hands, actually the power is flowing through your hands and fingers. So what you are doing is maneuvering. So you give it a bandhan, like we have a good luck sign, like that to him, and then see the vibrations. Now if you want to see your own vibrations, you give yourself a bandhan like this, and then see your own vibration. You try tonight, don't talk too much about it, don't argue. You are beyond mind. And that's why don't argue about it. The becoming is the most important part. Thus it is the difficult part of Sahaja Yoga. It is like no other thing that here, unless and until you become, it is of no use. You have to become, then you have to grow, then you have to become the expert, ultimately the master. That's what it is, and for which you cannot pay. May God bless
Shri Mataji. Shri Mataji. Sahasrara Swami Nirmala. Shri Nirmala
My name is Michael Fogarty. I'm 76 years old. I came to Sahaja Yoga in July of 1980 when I was 44. So we were amongst the first people in the Sahaj collective in Australia.
We were looking for a health cure for our daughter.
I guess we were looking for the help of a higher dimension than what traditional medicine could offer.
We went to all sorts of places to find it and ended up in Sahaj.
I don't know that I'd consider myself as a seeker. I don't really remember seeking as such.
I've probably been seeking for a while and struggling with, general existence.
I was not what you would call a seeker. I was a young boy, Greek background. I was quite popular, I had a group of friends.
But I was very unhappy. I was so stressed.
And very happy in that life.
Because the work was stress and my colleagues were absolutely colleagues from hell.
I didn't consider myself a seeker. I can remember sitting in this room and Shri Mataji was talking about, you have been seekers for ages. And I'm thinking, oh Lord, right. I'll just keep really quiet and they won't kick me out.
As a seeker, you look at a lot of things. Well, I suppose, firstly, how do you become a seeker?
A chappie I was working for sent my attention inside by asking me some particular questions.
I remember asking my parents, who am I?
He asked me a question, who are you? And I couldn't answer him.
And my parents were very honest. I remember both of them sitting in there, we want to know as well. We don't know.
And I'm thinking, I'm not dying until I have the answer.
I was telling myself that the more money I made, or the more successful I was in whatever it was I was doing, I'd get peace, but I never did.
By the time I was 22 years of age, I had a Volvo and a Honda dealership in Western Australia. I had 30 people employed and country property.
It wasn't working.
And I woke up one morning and I thought, I am not a happy person, and why is that?
I was quite desperate for some assistance. I didn't feel that I fitted into the world at all.
I started going to meetings, spiritualists and different groups, and trying to meet all the people and try to experience what everyone was doing.
I ended up in a thing called the Self-realisation Fellowship, which was about getting self-realised. But of course they didn't hand out self-realisation in the Self-realisation Fellowship.
My view was once you had an inkling of all of them, you were able to tie them together somehow, find what is the common thread to it.
There was an old expression that when you need a guru, your guru will come to you. And I sort of had that somewhere in my mind. And I did feel that I'd reached the end of my own road, that I couldn't do it by myself any further.
I knew that there was a very important being here. I knew she was a female, but I didn't know where to find her.
So I become atheist, complete atheist. I don't want to know God, I don't want to know religion, I don't want to know at all.
I was involved in a boating accident in the late 70s, about 78 I think, on the harbour, and I really injured my spine. So I went to the doctor in Balmain and she said, it's not your physical body that's the problem, it's your spiritual body, and I'd like you to go and see this man. And she gave me Dr. Warren Reeves's number.
As it turned out, just so happened that I got this flat in Balmain, which positioned me, of course, to be about 50 metres from the chemist where Cheryl Slade worked.
And I had this experience when I very first saw him. I just felt as if something had dropped through the top of my head. It said, "This man is going to show you what you've always been looking for."
And I used to be in there regularly with medical insurance and prescriptions and so on. And on one occasion, Cheryl said, "You're having a tough trot." And I couldn't but agree with that. And then she said, "Well, I just joined a meditation group." She said, "I don't know too much about it, but it could do you some good. Certainly wouldn't do you any harm."
And she's saying, "Oh, hello, how are you going?" I'm going, "Oh dear, this is happening and that's happening and oh, my life is so..." Oh, she said, "What you need is this." And she showed me Shri Mataji's picture. And I've gone, okay, what can you say about an Indian lady? You know?
I was so down that I said, "Right, when?"
They were having meditation, this was Tuesday night, and he said, "Why don't you come and have meditation with us?" So I was quite young then, must have been 13-year-old.
So the following night we went to this little house in Haberfield. And there was a decision that one foot in a bucket would be enough, since the other one was bandaged, heavily bandaged. And then I was, with my glasses, I could see candles and hands moving behind me.
The whole thing was fairly disorienting for me. I hadn't come seeking this, you see. I'd come in support of my family. So I was really having to orient myself in something that was pretty exotic. But they were pretty excited because standing behind me, they could actually see the pulsation of my Kundalini rising up my spine. So everybody said, "Come and have a look at this, come and have a look at this."
They were going, "Oh, feel this." And I'm thinking, what is going on? Do you feel it? I've gone, "No, I don't feel anything." But
I could hear them saying, "I think it's there." "No, it's not." "Yes, it is." "Yes, it is." I just sort of sat there, and then it's as if there was a click in my head, and I felt, I always knew you had to look inside, and I didn't know how to look inside, and I suddenly felt that my attention had been sucked inside.
I had the most amazing experience.
And I went into the deepest meditation.
If I started trying to think, I couldn't think of anything, and all my body was vibrating. So it went for 1 hour, I think, at least.
The only thought I could remember was, I want to be like this forever.
A snake or serpent dancing inside and rising up, that Kundalini rising up, and just coming up to the top of my head and exploding on top of my head, and this amazing sensation. And it was just life transforming at that moment. And suddenly I realised I felt connected to everything at that point.
My heart just opened and I felt this incredible joy. And
I looked at her photograph and saw this amazing image of her with all the arms, and she was a goddess, you know. That was an incredible sensation.
I've never understood what love was. You know, love was always conditioned love. But this was just love for all humanity. It was just, and it lasted for ages. It lasted for weeks and weeks and just got me through those early days. It was beautiful.
And you know, life will never be the same again, that you have been transformed at that moment.
I was virtually chain smoking. But that night, I didn't really want a cigarette. Next morning, I didn't want a cigarette. Later in that day, I was having a big argument in my head about, you know, if you want a cigarette, you have a cigarette. Well, eventually I did. And it tasted foul. So I threw it away, and that was it. I suddenly thought to myself, something's going on here.
She talked a little bit about Sahaja Yoga and gave me a booklet of mantras and things. And just as I was leaving, she said to me, she's God, you know. And I've gone, okay. So I took the picture of Shri Mataji and put it on the gear stick of my car and looked down at it and thought, well, who am I to say you're not? So I thought, well, I'll give you 5 years and you can prove that you're not. So that was my entrance into Sahaja Yoga. So it was more or less waiting for Mother to make a mistake, to go, aha, you're not really God. But of course she never did.
My family got their self-realisation a year before me.
So then my brother went to the first puja in Ada Avenue in Wirrunga, and he came back from that puja and he looked wild. His hair was sort of standing on edge, his face was like glowing. He was sort of mumbling about pujas and washing someone's feet and, you know, feeling a wind flying off this lady, and it was everything he'd ever hoped for, and he'd found the answer and I had to come along.
If you're family, you know, they tell you, she's God.
And I was sort of saying, well, you washed in your lady's feet, you know, you felt a wind. I'm sorry, but it sounds a bit crazy to me. So good luck to you.
It was sheer luck. It's sheer luck and absolute grace of Shri Mataji that my colleague who used to work with me in bank, Mrs. Damle, she had this ring of Shri Mataji on her finger. And I say, oh, now this one. She's going to the false guru. I better rescue her.
I think it was Marilyn Fogarty, who mentioned that this very special person was coming, and then somebody else also said that there was a saint coming, and I thought, oh, yes.
So he said, well, can you at least drive me to the program and drop me off, and then, you know, I'll come back home later. I said, okay, no problem, I'll drive you there.
Well, I got to the bus stop and the bus pulled up, and then I went, oh. And then it got into town very quickly. I got down to Town Hall Station and the train pulled up for King's Cross. Excuse me?
So we drive there, and then by chance, right out the front of the hall, which is in King's Cross, which is never any parking, just at that moment, a car pulled out right in front of the hall. And he said, oh, look, the spot, just pull back in, you know, and then you can wait for an hour, and then you can take me home. So I said, all right, you know. So I went in the hall, sat down.
It was like there was this red carpet. It was the most amazing thing, because that had never happened to me. It's just like on command, everything arrived on time.
I was sitting there with my arms crossed, a little bit sort of peeved. And then in a short time, you know, the person said, please stand, because Shri Mataji has arrived. So everyone stood up, and I was thinking, well, I'm not really here for the program, I'm just the chauffeur, I'll just stay down. So I was sitting with my arms crossed and everyone's still standing up. And I was sitting there, and then all of a sudden I just felt this huge pressure, like, you know, when someone's really looking at you in a sort of a way, and I turned, and Shri Mataji had walked down the hallway, and she'd paused at the aisle where I was, and she was looking down the aisle at me. And then when I established eye contact, I can still remember it felt like...
Maybe I was enamored, I don't know, but I didn't actually think about it. And she was like the most perfect person I'd ever seen, and I was thinking, oh, this is what I need the perfect mother.
And I felt absolutely in love with her.
And my brother was sort of pulling my shirt saying, sit down, sit down. So I sat down, and then he put his hand above my head and said, look, you know, it's really strong, you got it. I said, I got what? He said, your realisation. He said, it's happened just like that.
Whether I accepted who Shri Mataji was then, I don't know, but I suppose when you have that sort of experience, it's very it's very strong and it has a very strong effect on you. You can't deny it then, you know, when you have that feeling of absolute joy. And, well, that's what it is. It's just absolute joy, you know, you just can't get out of it.
And then she talked about things, and it was such a relief to hear someone who thought the same way as me, because I'd been kind of feeling a bit like a dinosaur in the modern age at that stage.
And I thought, okay, well, we're on track here. This is somebody who knows what's what.
And it was sort of like, well, this is my grand unifying theory. This sounds like it.
I just agreed because nobody had actually said, none of the people I'd ever looked at, and they never even talked about such sensible, common sense things.
I didn't hear the lecture. I didn't hear anything. The only thing come in my mind is, Mother, I love you.
And then I was just in love. I was completely euphoric for so many weeks.
I went deeply, profoundly thoughtless, just incredibly in another space.
I think I probably felt peaceful, I must have. And maybe I felt thoughtless, I don't know. But I just knew that was it.
At the end of the lectures, Shri Mataji says, and may God bless you. And I used to say, what God has to do with Mother, you bless me.
I sort of joined this sort of queue of people, and up I went just to say thank you. But just as I arrived, my daughter jumped up at my side, and Shri Mataji turned her attention on my daughter with big eyes like saucers and said, is this your child? And I had to confess. And then she said, she is a born realised. Oh, I had no idea what that was.
At one point she did look at me directly for a split second, and she just looked straight at me.
I'm quite sure not only at, but into, and perhaps even to the past lives of.
Her face seemed like large, and just how she looks at you, looked down at you, and seemed like, I don't know, larger than life.
And I remember feeling knowing that she knew me, absolutely knew me.
It's difficult to pin into words, because I'd never experienced anything quite like that.
And that still she loved me. And that was a very important moment in my life.
My experience of Mother up to that point had been the photographs, Head and Shoulders, and her tapes.
It took me 5 years to meet Shri Mataji.
I had this image of her being someone like Boadicea, maybe 6 foot tall, and
And she walked in through the door as Mrs. Srivastava.
Oh my goodness, she's shorter than me, She's so small.
And I was sitting there thinking, this is Mahamaya. This is just so ironic, all this. She's made it so easy.
There she was with her husband, and I still didn't kind of get it.
There was no sort of falling in a swoon at the feet of God.
I had to do a complete retake on my idea of what she was like physically.
They were doing a ceremony for Sir CP being re-elected to his position.
And they asked her to talk, and she stood at the microphone as if she'd never used a microphone before, and she twiddled with the wires, and the whole thing started to crackle.
And they were making lovely speeches to Sir CP and congratulating him, and all these formal things were going on, and then he left. And then she moved her chair to the front of the stage and turned round and took her bun out and shook her hair like this.
I just remember my Kundalini just took off. I felt my heart, the spirit just sparkled.
And there was the goddess.
When I went to her feet, there was this hurricane, right, of vibrations just shot up the back, up my spine. It was just like rigid power.
I felt like coming out of her head was a spiral, just like that, like the universe was in her head.
No one's going to convince me that Shri Mother's not God.
But yes, I think most people who come to our mother have had something in their life before. I remember when we first met her in Mumbai, she actually said to us, "You think this is the first time you have met me? It's not."
How do you know my name? Because we never met. She said, I know I met you a long time before. I met you before. I was waiting for you to come. So I know who you are. I know what you are. I know everything about you.
I introduced Matthew and she said, yes, I know him. He's worked with me before. I said to Kerry.
So she started telling about my family, my life, and...
Did I really hear that?
When she looked at me and said, "Nice to see you again," and I've gone... I was happy that there was eye contact, but I'm thinking, again? I don't...
My whole impression about humanity changed. It is a very beautiful world to live.
I remember I prepared my breakfast, I was sitting at the table, and I was listening to a tape of her talking. It's one of those early talks from London. And I still remember her words. She said, "This is what you have been seeking for all of your lives. Take it, it is yours."
And the people around me, they saw the transformation in me. I didn't see it, but they see it. And they said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And all my colleagues, they become Sahaja. My family become Sahaja. They remember my mother. She said, "What are you doing? I want to see this lady." She went to Shri Mataji and she said, "Sakshat Jagdamba, why don't you tell me?" I didn't know Shri Mataji was Jagdamba.
And I remember I pushed the muesli across the table and just fell onto the table, and I just sobbed because I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt this was it.
Just put your hands towards me. Just like this. It's good. You're all thoughtless. If you see, there's no thought in your mind. And complete silence. Enjoy this. This moment is going to transform your life. Take it from me. You may not realize today, but you'll realize it very soon. Strong. Have faith in yourself, that's the main thing. It's beautiful.
Shri Nirmala Sahasrara
Welcome to Sahaja Yoga. I would like to introduce Mark, who will walk us through the process of self-realization and give us a presentation of our subtle system. See you soon.
Hi, Mark is my name. Welcome to Sahaja Yoga. Today you're going to get your self-realization. And self-realization is an actual spiritual event that's going to take place now with an exercise that we're about to do. Okay, so what's going to happen is that you have an energy in the base of your spine here, in the triangular bone, called the Kundalini. This energy is known as Kundalini in Sanskrit, but if you're from a Christian background, you could say it's the Holy Spirit. If you're from an Islamic background, it's the Ruh, the breath of God. If you're Jewish, it's the Ruah. If you're Aboriginal, it's called the rainbow serpent. All the different cultures have understood that there is an activation that has to happen, a second birth, your enlightenment, and so on. And this is what's about to take place for you right now. So this energy is going to rise up your spine, and you're going to feel a cool breeze coming out of the top of your head. And that cool breeze is the proof that something's actually happened. Now, when you look at the old spiritual paintings, for example, you can see the halos around the saints, in the old Christian paintings. That's a depiction of this awakening. If you're a Buddhist, you have a lotus flower on Lord Buddha's head. It's the same thing. If you're from a Hinduism background, it's the waterfall from Lord Shiva's head. If you're from Islamic background, it's the fire coming out of the Prophet's head, for example. There's a lot of old paintings that depict this. So all of these great religions understood that there's a spiritual event that has to happen, okay? And that's what's going to happen today. Now, what happens is that within you, as you can see from this diagram, this is a depiction of your central nervous system. And what happens is that within your central nervous system, you can see we have these, what we call subtle centers. And these subtle centers are along the various nerve plexuses along your spine. There are 6 of them, and the 7th one is the limbic area of the brain, where there's the 1,000 nerves, right? So what happens is that physically, it's your nervous system, right? But according to the Sahaja Yoga subtle system, it's not just physical. This system controls your mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical life. Okay? You have 2 sides. You have a left side and you have a right side. The left side is the side of your emotions. It's also the past. Okay? It's the feminine side of you. And according to Sahaja Yoga, if you feel sad and depressed and you get problems of that kind of a nature, that means you have an imbalance on your left side, okay? And you feel it as heat on your left hand. On your right side, this is the side of action. It's your ego. It's the future. It's futuristic thinking and so on. So if you're a very ambitious, driven, kind of dry kind of a person who thinks a lot, then you're prone to be more of a right-sided person and you would feel heat on the right hand. So what happens is that you get a sense of the balance. You can't be in the past. We all know that. That's gone. We can't be in the future. Future doesn't exist. We have to be in the present. And what happens is your hands tell you. You can see the depiction of the fingers. You can see the different colors. And those colors represent, it shows you. So this finger here is your heart chakra, for example. If you have a problem in your heart chakra, you feel it on this finger and this finger. If you have a problem on your Nabi chakra here, which is all about satisfaction and so on, you would feel the second finger. So what happens is that these chakras represent the different qualities or aspects of your character. So as we said, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. It's holistic, okay? And you feel it on your fingertips. So any imbalance you have, you feel. So in the old books, they would say, know thyself. This is how you know yourself. You get to understand yourself at a vibrational level, what we call vibrational level. And then it's like a mirror. You can see yourself, you can cure your own imbalances, because some of these problems will be health related, for example. So if you're diabetic, it's this center here, the second chakra here, this Nabi chakra here, third chakra. If you have high blood pressure, it's this one, for example. And it's all on the right side. It means you're overactive, you're too futuristic. So you can actually alleviate a lot of those problems using Sahaja Yoga. And Sahaja Yoga, there's many, many health benefits with that. So, for instance, we've already done studies on asthma, for example, which is a problem on this center here. So you can actually resolve any asthma or any asthmatic type problems you have using Sahaja Yoga techniques. And that's something for another program. But understand that at the root level, this system here reflects you holistically, okay? So you begin to feel the tingles on those fingertips related to the various imbalances that you have, and that this energy rises up and comes out the top of your head, and you feel it as a cool breeze, shows you that something's happened, it's been activated. You're now enlightened. So if you're a Buddhist, that's your enlightenment. If you're a Muslim, it's your mirage. If you're a Christian, you're born again, because this spiritual awakening is taking place and you get a full awareness of yourself. Okay, so that's the miracle of Sahaja Yoga, but it's very, very simple to do. So what we're going to do today is actually go through the exercise to feel this cool breeze for ourselves, and over time, with practice, you'll begin to understand all of this for yourself, and there's many, many references and resources we can point you towards for that. So we'll do the exercise. It's very simple. Now what you've got to do is you just sit, shoes off, feet on the floor. Okay. Now you've got to put your left hand out towards us, no problem. And we're going to use our right hand to activate the energy. And this right hand we're going to use on the left side of the body. And we're actually going to be placing it just on the positions of the various centers. Okay, we're going to start now. I'll walk you through it so that you understand, you can see, because we're going to close our eyes, right? So start on the heart, put your right hand on your heart. Then we're going to bring it under the rib cage on the left side. So it's all on the left side with the right hand, okay? Then we're going to bring it into the belly button area. So you can just press in with the heel of your palm into the sort of belly button. Then we're going to bring it back up under the ribs. Then we're going to be on the heart again, okay? Then, next one, we're going to put it on the corner of the neck on the left side and turn our head to the right, like this. Okay, we hold it nice and firmly in there. Across the forehead, right, with our chin down. And then across the back part of the head with our chin up, okay? And then finally, we're going to take the center of our palm and we're going to put it on the fontanelle bone area, which is actually slightly forward of the crown. And we press in, fingers back, press in nice and firmly, and we're going to rotate our scalp 7 times clockwise. And along the way, we're going to say affirmations. Okay, so that's the physical side of the exercise. I'll guide you through it so you can close your eyes now and we can go ahead. Okay, so close your eyes, hands out, put your right hand on your heart. And here in your own mind, you don't have to say it out loud, in your own mind, we're addressing this Kundalini energy as our mother. Okay, she is a mothering energy. So here we can say 3 times inside our own thoughts, Mother, am I the Spirit? Just 3 times. Mother, am I the Spirit? Now we bring our hand down under the rib cage on the left side. And here we can say, again 3 times, Mother, am I my own teacher? Mother, am I my own teacher? And now we can bring our hand down into the belly button area. Like we said, press the heel of your palm in near your belly button. And here 6 times, you can ask or you can affirm, Mother, please give me the pure knowledge. Mother, please give me the pure knowledge. 6 times. Now you can bring your hand back up under your rib cage, and here 10 times you can say, Mother, I am my own teacher. Mother, I am my own teacher. 10 times. And now we can bring our right hand across our heart. And now 12 times we can say, Mother, I am the Spirit. Mother, I am the Spirit. And now we can put our hand on the corner of our neck on the left side, turn our head to the right. And here we can say 16 times, Mother, I'm not guilty. Mother, I'm not guilty. And now we can bring our right hand across our forehead with our chin down. And here we just say once, but from the heart, Mother, I forgive everyone. Mother, I forgive everyone. You gotta let it go. Otherwise, this area won't release. You have to forgive everyone. And now, with your hand on the back of the head with your chin up, again, you can just say once, but from the heart, Mother, please forgive me if I've made any mistakes. Mother, please forgive me if I've made any mistakes. And finally, with our hand on the top of the head, the center of the palm on the fontanelle bone area, pull your fingers back, rotate the scalp quite firmly 7 times clockwise. And each time, just ask, Mother, please give me my self-realization. Mother, please give me my self-realization. Mother, please give me my self-realization. 7 times. Now when you're done, slowly lift your hand above your head about 6 or 7 inches and just see if you can feel a cool breeze coming. So you might have to move your hand up or down, left or right. You just got to find a spot where you can feel that there's a little cool breeze, like someone blowing on your hand. It's quite subtle. See if you can feel that spot. Sometimes it's quite high, and it could be forward or back. So try and find that spot where you can feel the cool breeze. If you're feeling warm, it means that Agya chakra, the 6th chakra there, is still catching. But if it's cool, it means it's come up. Try your other hand as well. Sometimes you can feel it better with one hand than the other, depending on yourself. See, find that spot where you can just feel a little cool breeze. As I said, it's quite subtle, like someone blowing your hand. You might think it's a breeze in the room or your air conditioning or something, but actually, when you move it around, it's just on one spot, so you know it's the Kundalini. Okay, so that's the self-realization exercise. If you haven't felt that cool breeze, you can repeat the exercise if you like. The other thing is that you can just put your hand across your forehead and just say, I forgive a few times, and just sort of repeat it until you can feel it coming up.
Shri Ganesha Saksha Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha Om Tvameva Saksha Shri Ganesha Saksha Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo
खुशबू